Hello guys. Classic. Man, this queue better pop fast. I waited for that queue to pop before I started the stream. To reduce the waiting time, shit can't just be easy. They need to implement me being able to go into practice mode while waiting in the queue. That would help. I need to play some more Hercules as well, I think. I've been slacking on him a bit, but I actually think he's pretty decent in this patch. I didn't even know he had an aspect. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter for solo a whole lot, I feel like, anyway. God Builder as well would be very nice. I need my Smite minigames. Like the God Builder, so I can do something while waiting for the queue. And God Builder especially would be great right now. I find myself having to save pictures and shit just so I can remember some builds I want to try, which is a bit annoying. God Builder would make that so much easier. Yeah, people picking and banning so fast in this one. Goddamn. People know exactly why they went into a game in this one. I don't really want to give the effort or the Morrigan some ammo, but I feel like Hades might be what I want to do here. I feel like I need something that can kill fast into their team comp, as well as a cesium and ult. Just Hades. Yeah, I'm glad I went Hades in this one. I think I might be against Morrigan, I suppose. I think I should be alright as long as it's not something like Seagull. Then I might be cooked. It's also the doing, you know. I haven't seen him play in a while. At least not in one of my games. He might proxy on Morrigan. Not really sure I could stop it. Maybe if I spot him before he gets there.
Minions have spawned.
We can't really kill him. Can't catch up, man. This isn't worth it for you guys. It's fine for me. Yeah, that's cooked. No Jing went inside, she was banned. I believe. What was banned? I think she was banned. Uller, Aladdin. I think Fenrir was banned as well. I forgot the fourth one. Are you gonna queue, Rorik? I would be down for a partner. I tried some ranked a bit last night while chilling a bit, but it's real tough alone sometimes. Like, I went Hades last night as well. I got super fed, but I still just wasn't able to carry because I was the only one who was able to really do anything. So it's tough. Oddly enough, the only game I won was when I decided to go Kukulkan. So it doesn't really matter what I play, I guess. I hate this proxy meta, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't really know what they should do to make it stop. I always hated proxy metas. God damn it. I always underestimate how much damage Morrigan actually does. With this shit at level 1. It's so annoying.
Enemy missing, be careful.
Your right tower is under attack. First blood. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I'll play this one safe. Not invading. Unnecessarily.
An enemy has been slain.
I probably could have, but
Enemy
with their
missing.
jungler potentially missing, I don't want to take the risk.
Enemy missing, be careful left.
Guess I fucked up. Damn. Yeah, I just said it too. Don't fight Morrigan. It's been such a long time since I've met a good Morrigan that I almost feel like I forgot how to play against it. But that's good. It's a good wake-up call then. Base AF, good to see, man. I think it's blue just spawned. Okay, he overstayed. Yeah, I was lucky he overstayed there. Huh? How did the fear... What? Where did my fear go? was he feared in stealth? I don't think that should have missed.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't tell me to retreat, Caps. I'm fine, man. I don't care about Susano this early in the game. I'll back. Get Thoth online. I'm not gonna lie, with the current mage build and Gem of Focus coming into play, I'm not really sure how I like building anymore. Because I still really like Soul Gem. But I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, do you still think Soul Gem is like a must-buy? Like, it was reduced in, what, 10 power? But I still feel like it's really good. It still gives you everything you want on most mages.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree.
Who's getting fed? The Soul? No way, dude. Oh, I mean, he's playing Dance, I
Your
guess.
left tower is under attack.
Oops.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Let's see if they overstep. Dude, what? Dude, there's no way that... I'm so confused. Is that the... Yeah, he doesn't have the... whatever thing.
Out of
The aspect. Well, I defended it. Alright, I'm gonna stop listening to Caps here. He's calling shit he shouldn't be calling, and I'm still listening to it. I got the buff at least, so I got some XP, but... You'll be a Sledgeman and Anubis. Yeah, you don't. You guys really okay. I don't know. I still really like it, but I guess I understand why people don't like it anymore. Why are you doing my wave, man? Dude, why am I listening again?
Enemy missing middle.
Retreat.
Like Caps is trolling me right now.
An ally has been slain. Enemies in the right lane.
Why is Ares here too? What the fuck is happening in Seoul?
Enemy missing right. An ally has been slain.
Dude, what's happening with monks over there? I need monks to start performing, otherwise this not gonna go very well. Oh, Caps is also 1-5. Didn't realize it was that bad. Then I
Your right tower
don't understand even more why he's doing such aggressive things.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, I feel like I can't even really dash him, because maybe there's an Ares, or... I see Susanna over there, but...
An enemy has been
don't really want to do something too aggressive. I know I'll be there for late game. I don't want to take big risks now, after so many showing up.
Be careful, middle. Behind us.
I mean, you dashed into their tower, man. Well, she was on the map. Surely we're gonna be fine here, right? Maybe this is a big rotation.
Killing spree.
He died.
An ally has been slain.
I'll just ult for the kill, because I'm gonna need it.
Your
Fuck
left
it.
tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack.
Might as well do Chronos Pendant. Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand people's point.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know, it's just an item that gives you lifesteal, especially on someone like Hades, I guess. Like, lifesteal as well as cooldown, as well as a pretty decent amount of power with a good passive. Like, not a lot of items really do that. Which is one of the reasons why I really favor it. It just gives you a bit of everything that you want. But I do admit that it does feel weird building it at the moment, because that's just other good stuff. Like, I love building it on Aladdin as well. But maybe that's just me being weird.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, I never regret building it. Like, sometimes you can just tell there's an item you just don't like. But I still really like Soul Gem. Dude, I really do not like Caps' calls here. I could be farming right now. It's definitely risky, because they could just be doing gold at this point. Yeah. These calls are not worth it, man. Caps, my dude. These right calls are not worth. He's focusing way too much on this Morrigan, we don't need to. He's gonna be there late game no matter what. Doesn't matter how much we shut her down. I would rather have him focus on the Sol and get monks on the Danza ahead or some shit like that. This lane is completely irrelevant. We'll both be there for late game no matter how much they shut us down. Well, maybe I'm crazy. I'll build it now and see. Maybe I'll regret it later. Oh, I'm so close to finishing that. Sad.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right.
Be careful.
Rampage.
Dude. Oh, Morgan isn't left. Okay. That makes more sense. I was about to say.
Enemy has been slain.
No! I don't want to have to blink for this.
Double kill. Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Did he ult though? That's the question. And left.
Enemy spotted. Gank.
Enemies incoming left.
That was a stupid 3.
Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down.
Attack left tower.
15 beats.
Your team destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Excellent. An ally has been slain.
No, man, they stayed? Shit.
Your middle tower is
This could be
under
bad. Gold is
Your
spawning soon
middle
as well.
tower has been destroyed.
What would you build on Hades, Sav, at the moment?
Killing spree. I'm just getting warmed up.
Out of mana. Out of mana.
Shut down. Retreat.
Be careful.
Shouldn't have done it, I guess. Didn't expect all of them to be there, to be honest. Got baited by the cap's call. One day I'll learn to listen. And not to listen.
On my
She should have better secure.
Your team has
Nice.
destroyed the gold fury. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty shit secure without Kraken.
ultimate is down.
Oh. Oh, missed. They're missing everything. He might die anyway. Yeah, he's just running in circles. He should be dead.
An enemy has been slain.
Like, I appreciate, don't get me wrong here. If it sounds like I'm somewhat shitting on caps, I'm not. He's calling a lot of stuff, but it's very 50-50 whether it's good or bad right now.
Your team has destroyed.
And the ones that I think are bad, I simply just should not listen to. I gotta trust my own gut sometimes.
On my way. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Ultimate is down.
Slain an enemy.
Glad I stuck around in that bush. Let me heal, team, please. I just need to heal. Why do people hate Hades? Stop clearing. Oh my. I'm so mad. Just let me heal. We still have fire and an Aphrodite, so it should be fine either way, but that's so awkward. Was my blink for a pretty low level Susana, but
Be careful.
I could have just ulted instead, but I want to save my ult for a potentially bigger fight.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Ultimate is down.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Rampage.
Yeah, we definitely got a,
Under attack.
I guess a teamwork diff. We just grouped while they didn't, and we had an Aphrodite and a Hades, so. Alright, Heroic, you can let me know if you want to play. If you're still around. If not, I'll just stay in queue. Or Saf for that matter. It's been a while since we queued as well, but you're pretty high up there. I don't know if it's possible to queue with people with that much difference in SR. I'm only platinum, so I'm still slowly rising. Slowly getting there. Hey, I got a Chaac. And the bib. Excuse me. Yeah, sure, Heroic. I'll get you in next game then. I might go Gep this game. Feels like this could be a pretty fun Gep situation. And I have people in this game that I think I can trust to carry. So I don't mind pulling out the Gep. Where's Sopik? Haven't played Sopik in a while. Kind of feeling Sopik. Yeah, I'm really feeling the Sopik. Without the aspect. Because that aspect has not proven to be very good so far. In the games where I've had a Sopik. I have not tried it myself though, outside of a practice mode. But even so, removing the plug feels like a gigantic mistake on Sopik. Even if I understand why they did it with the aspect. Because it does force him to change his playstyle.
Sobek.
But I feel like it just does the same thing, but it's harder to execute. Plug is one of the strongest things he has. Pretty much, I mean, it's his whole thing. And like, late game it becomes a double-edged sword, because people bait it out and they just kill him, but... as I said, I think I do understand what they were going for, because as long as he has the plug, it is by far the main thing that you have to play around as Sobek. So by changing that, you now a new thing you have to play around. I just don't like what they changed, I guess is my point. They could have done something else with the plug that made it a bit more, like just make it a different mechanic. But this one is a push. Like it just feels like you're pushing them from behind rather than from the front, if that makes any sense. And I think it's just harder to execute. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think I'll do Blink in this game, which I usually never do in Sobek. And maybe Lifebinder? It's not an item I've used very much. I feel like I do want GM though. Yeah. I'll play it safe. I'll be boring. He's got like a golden arrow probably, you know it. Oh, he didn't. He went Warflag. Like, he has support this time, so I guess that makes sense. He's been doing that a lot, huh? He does have the aspect though. Excuse me. Drank too much soda before the stream.
Minions have spawned.
Capray's not gonna proxy, right? Does he even do enough damage to do that? He might try anyway, I guess. Maybe, maybe not. No? Okay. Good for me, I suppose. Yes, he's just doing blue.
Your middle
Bombus?
tower is under attack.
No. Just Sunder. No. How the hell did he do it so fast? He must have had to hit from the jungler. I can't even help the jungler here. I need to do my fucking blue. This sucks. This is so annoying. I'm gonna lose my blue now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, that's tragic. Sobek is still really mana hungry, so... Though mostly it's the XP part of it that sucks. It's gonna be a big problem. It's a lot of help he got from his jungler here. See if I can steal a little bit. Successfully stolen.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My mana though. My poor mana. I don't have anything left.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm gonna back before potential problems show up. And despite me being a Skabrakan, I will do Mystical Mail. Because I'm still weird like that. I'm still a Mystical Mail lover. Ten out of 10 would do the same on Gep. Let's clear this shit fast and go for blue. Nice. Denying my own Thor the damage. It's great. I assume he just went for mine. My back cams here. No.
Enemy missing right.
Yeah, the knock-up cancels Cappers 3. I'm not sure why. Or if it's intended or whatever, but... I guess they gave it some kind of weakness now that it cripples. Is my best guess. So now you can take him out of it. That's just a guess though, I have no idea.
Your left tower is under attack.
No, babe! Shing would be proud. I was gonna ult, but I don't think it's necessary. Dude, these walls. The Grand Canyon was created in solo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies at the Gold Fury! At the Gold Fury! Enemies at the Gold Fury!
You go, Chaac.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Missing left.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been
Oh,
slain.
that went very tragic and left.
Enemy missing left.
Bit close. I wasn't sure how much damage my 3 was gonna do to the newly buffed HP on the buff games. Think. That sucks. He healed so much. Dude, the police showed up. Holy shit.
On my way. Right lane. Right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack!
An enemy has been slain.
I need to do more harpies, but there's so much action happening in solo.
Enemies incoming left. Careful left. An enemy has been slain.
Go away, man. I mean, I would do the same thing. I can't really blame him, but... It's not like I need to back, but I should finish my items.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. An ally has been slain.
I'm in a good spot. Oh, Susan's not having a good time.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Killing spree. left tower is under attack. Defend left lane. Defend left lane.
Looks like we got a classic situation of a
The Pyromancer has arrived.
trolling Zeus now, because he's not getting any help.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
You're not a GM, are you?
I do wonder how we're losing the trades around mid.
Have a groovy dash. What a shame. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I suppose it might be because Zeus is somewhat AFK, I'm not too sure.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Battle my children.
Bring them in.
Dude, just kill him, man! Chaac! Where's Chaac also? What's happening, man? We're just gonna so out-rotated on everything.
Is under attack.
What the hell?
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I think our late game is really good, but I think with an Afro mid we might be struggling as well to put out some bursts from mid.
Your right tower is under attack.
Man, these shitty ass creeps. I didn't see that one.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Hunters.
You rock. Your left tower is under attack. left tower.
I'm not really sure how we end up winning this.
That's too bad.
Looking a bit rough.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemies at the fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
Okay, dude.
An enemy has been slain.
On my watch.
I don't know. Chaac running around with full HP is still confusing to me. I mean, it's after I get it, he heals, but go in, man. We need to fight a bit and actually get something. And I don't think we could have had a much better fight than that. Honor played well though, because he just kind of stopped me from wanting to use my
Your
gargoyle.
team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Might have to go Stampede. I'll do Gladiators first though.
Your right tower is under attack.
I want some more cooldown.
An ally has been slain.
Poggers.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has
There's no way,
destroyed the
man.
Gold Fury.
That's Blink.
Gank. Attack. Attack. Attack.
Killing spree.
I just feel like how are we not killing the Hercules? He's full damage, right? He's basically full damage. How are we not doing any damage to him? And we also didn't even kill the cap.
An ally has been slain. Out of my way.
Okay.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
It does feel like the only one who actually does damage is Thor.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Oh, no, why is Noah here, man? What the fuck is that luck?
Your right tower is under attack.
Course, man. Fuck. Close though.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Double kill. Rampage. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I feel like this does happen pretty often though. When I pick these, I guess slow tanky frontliners, we just lose everywhere else. And by the time I get there, it just doesn't really matter. Because I'm not really tanky enough to do anything.
Destroyed.
Like on her is Sorry, I guess even new wise 7 and 1. The Hercules is super fed. It's just. What a great blink. Of course, Herc just staggers. That's great. Oh well.
Mankind is my responsibility, not yours.
Defeat.
The path you have chosen is not.
Alright, Horik, are you ready to join this fantastic queue? Like, I don't want to stop myself from from playing the like the Geps and the Sobex type gods, but it does really suck playing them in games like this, because being tanky is completely irrelevant going into late game, especially if the other team has, you know, some kind of fit carry, which is bound to happen, you know. But then I would just play something else like Chaac and go full damage, you know, and still be a frontline, but be able to carry myself, because as Sobek, I rely on someone else doing all the damage. I can carry in terms of peeling and like setting up, but I cannot do the damage. It sucks though. They just don't really fit the meta, but Sobek is so much fun to play. I like him a lot. Unironically, I think Geb is better than Sobek in solo at the moment anyway. He's better, much better clear, he's a bit safer, he has more supporting as well as very, very good initiation on the ult going into late game stages that can easily also carry a team fight. Well, easily, but a good one can carry a team fight. Whereas Sobek is just very reliant on the execute now. The anti-healing is nice, the peeling is good and all that. I don't know. I feel like definitely I struggle to be more useful on Sobek than I do on Geb. I need to play more Ra as well. Now that the frontline Ra isn't as good anymore, I can actually build him as a mage. I do want to do that. I need 3 worshippers for rank 5. Maybe it's time for Vulcan. Oh no, I am rank 5. Never mind. Scratch that then. I do struggle a bit to find something I really enjoy in this meta outside of something, you know, like Aladdin. But I think even Aladdin solo isn't that good. It's just Aladdin is broken going into late game. But he's just so much fun to play. I do think though Aladdin solo can, like, he can kind of stalemate anything. Like, he's super safe as well with his escapability, and he's hard to tower dive because of the lamp and all that stuff. But he cannot deal with an actual front line early on. He just doesn't have the damage to. From what I've tried, at least so far. It is pretty funny that it's mostly the same bands these days. It's always almost the same 4 gods. So like the same 5 or 6 gods being banned. I'm kind of feeling that raw now, though. Depending on who or what I'm against, I might have to go a bit more tanky just in the beginning. But realistically, I would like to go full damage in this one. Mulan is pretty rough, though. I hate their combos around. Very, very much. They're not gonna make this easy for me. This is the one misstep out of position and you're absolutely screwed. The comp. Like, I'm gonna need Blink this game, just in case I end up being out of position. But they have so much shit that I need to beat as well. But I feel like even if I end up in a position where I need to beat, I'm already dead. Suppose I'll find out. Radiant Mulan. It's been playing a lot. Well, actually, never mind. With double worshippers, it doesn't actually take that long. I think I'm gonna go for Blink. Yeah. Blink Doomwarp. Radiant with a star, that's true. That does essentially make, at least if it wasn't double worshippers, it would still be Radiant. That's a good point. Actually, maybe what I do if I'm going somewhat full damage, I might start with Risk Granting Pearl then. Just to have some kind of survivability. Maybe that's not a bad idea. I will be delaying some damage though, because that is an expensive ass item. Is Gilded Arrow actually good?
Cancel that!
I could see it being really good if you know how to use it well. But it seems so weird to me, especially the passive. I just feel like in most cases it's not good, compared to everything else.
Be right back.
Okay.
An ally has left the game. Bye.
Do I stay for another wave? Uh-oh.
Okay. An ally has returned. Enemy missing left.
I mean, whoever I'm against just lost a full wave. Oh, it's Chaac. Okay. That will make my life easier. I would actually much rather deal with Chaac than Mulan as Ra. Unironically.
First blood. Your right tower is under attack. Godly wrath. A divine storm. Okay. Bathe in the glow.
You might be dead, buddy. This is, I don't have cooldowns.
Godly wrath. Bathe in the
No, the pot's ticking. And he also does not have the aspect, so...
down upon you.
The 2 is so shit now with the autos. Well, it's not bad. It's just better late game, but terrible early. It's so bad early game, man.
Bathe
Okay.
in the glow.
Okay. Okay.
There's a Fenrir here.
Enemies in the left lane. Bathe in the glow. Godly wrath. Wait. Bathe in the glow. Here. Shimmering radiance. Your left tower is under attack. To me.
Link.
Godly wrath. Bathe in the glow. Welcome.
No.
Bathe in the glow. Gank. The heat bears down upon you. An enemy has been slain.
I don't want it back before I can finish stuff. Kinda screwed on mana though.
The heat bears down upon you.
Completed. Wonderful.
How come you out for Ra 1 level 1? Because it has much lower cooldown. And the 2 is terrible now at level 1, so... Well, I don't know if it is at level 1 specifically, but it is pretty bad early on now. So... But yeah, it has a 10-second cooldown compared to the 14 on the 2. Like, 31 shots is kind of shit. The beam just does more damage as well. So... A few reasons, I suppose.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe.
The one got hit pretty hard in the well, they called it a shift, but let's be real, to nerf.
Your left tower is under
It's
attack.
absolutely a nerf for his early game.
Down upon you.
Enemy missing.
If I want to be better, oh, the 3 with Conduit clears wave. Interesting. I might try that.
Bathe in the glow. The heat bears down upon you.
Yeah, this is the first time, maybe outside of one casual, where I actually play Ra after this shift. So
The heat bears down upon you.
I could definitely try the heal with Conduit for sure.
been slain. Enemy missing left.
Enemy ultimate down.
Bears down upon you. Your middle tower is under attack. The heat bears down upon you.
Let's see if I can help here real fast.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Bathe in the glow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem with the heal in general if you want to get that one early for sure. It definitely has the problems of potentially being screwed up if the minions walk out of it. Which there's a pretty high chance of, considering usually melee gods are what's being used in solo. I say usually, but that's not even true anymore. Let's do a quick proxy. I'm a little scared of the jungler though. Mulan Chaac gonna fuck me up real fast. Is that a support Fenrir? No. Oh, it is Fenrir. Interesting. It is in fact Fenrir jungle. I thought it was Mulan. She's been mid a few times. Like very early on.
An ally has been slain. The heat bears down upon you. An enemy has been slain. An enemy bears down upon you.
Wonderful.
Oric, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you want an easier time, Chaac should be very easy gank. At least while he's, you know, squishy and it's early in the game.
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful, right? Your left
This
tower is under
expensive
attack.
ass item is gonna make my build so strange and delayed.
Retreat right leg.
Oh, yes.
It's like, do I not have an ult, buddy?
An enemy
Yeah, there you
has
go.
been slain. Be careful left. The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow. Be right back. Okay. Tasty.
I'll do Doom Orb instead of Bogoth at this point.
Has been slain.
Because I think I want Yuma focus on Ra here. Get some more movement speed for safety purposes.
Enemy spotted. Bathe the heat bears down upon you. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Bears down upon you. Killing spree. Godly wrath. Bathe in the glow. The heat bears down. Godly wrath. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Can I yoink this in time?
Enemy missing
No, maybe I could have.
Yes.
Bathe in the glow. Bathe in glory. Godly wrath. Bathe in the glow. Godly wrath. Bathe in the glow. The pyromancer has arrived. You have slain an enemy.
He doesn't want to ult. I don't get it. Your ult is your friend, buddy.
Bathe in the glow.
Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack. No. The heat bears down upon you.
I want to see if I can get this tower. I could just do blue and shit, but
Be careful left. Enemies incoming.
Enemy missing. Be careful left.
An enemy has been slain. Bathe in the glow.
see if I can join for a quick snipe.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. The heat bears down upon
That sucks.
the glow.
Guess they died, or Zeus did at least.
Enemy ultimate down.
Might not have needed it, but
Your left tower is under attack.
I was a bit afraid without mana.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow.
The 2 scales very well though. Like now it does like 200 per shot, right? So once you actually get to late game as a mage, it's doing a lot more damage.
Enemy missing middle. Ultimate is down.
Killing spree.
Enemy missing middle. You're welcome.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Will ya? Enemy missing
Okay.
careful left.
It's a big little difference here. He's also building the old patches Chaac build.
Bathe in the glow. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
No, I didn't get my ult at the time. That sucks, man.
Rampage.
I would have died either way, I think,
Down.
with or without the ult, but I did think I saw something. I saw an effect go off in the bush, and I was like, huh, weird. I think I would have died no matter what there. Benra, you're beloved, huh? I don't like that guy.
An enemy.
The one dog I don't like.
Your left tower is under attack.
He needs to fuck off. I got greedy. I wanted the blue buff. I could have just not tried to do the blue buff. Dude, Chaac's 16 now? That's so bullshit. He was level 13. Did he get the kill too?
Tower is under attack.
I wouldn't know. What? What do you mean?
Your middle tower.
He must have, otherwise I don't see how he's... He got 16. He got 3 levels while I was dead. Chaac did my backhams.
Be right back. Be right back.
Suppose I'll just clear the way and back. Finish gym.
On my way.
Bright idea.
Ra is a pretty easy snack for Fenrir, that is definitely true.
Rampage. Your bears down upon you.
Yes. They call me the Cave Rave
Now.
Queen.
Nice job.
Thanks.
The heat bears down upon you.
Wow, you're so cool.
The heat bears down.
Why is Mulan doing the blue buff? I'm confused.
Out middle lane.
Rorik, no!
An enemy has been slain. Bears down upon you. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Bathe the glow.
Interesting.
Bathe the glow.
I'm kind of saving my snipe for a worthy situation, but didn't really need to use it at all here. Chaac did just use his combo though.
An enemy has been slain.
Wonderful. Attack Fire Giant.
The heat bears down upon you.
No one's really around for this either, so
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
I want to snipe, but there's not really a whole lot of reason to snipe.
Be careful, what?
Your middle tower is under
Enemy
attack.
ultimate down. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
That was pure awesomeness. Defend the Gold Fury.
Quiet.
Okay.
Ultimate
Yes.
is ready.
Really?
Attack the Gold Fury. Okay. The heat bears down rampage.
I don't really think anyone's really gonna come here. We do it faster than they can really get here.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Bathe in the glow. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Unstoppable.
Wonderful.
The Kedanos does seem a little confused, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if he's trolling, but he seems just to run into people. My dude jumped in and
Destroy
blinked
the
out.
right enemy tower. Raise the glow.
I could just get rot, I guess.
An enemy has been slain.
Be right back.
Can you tell if these rocks are on the map or not? I don't think I've noticed.
The pyromancer has arrived.
And what is their spawn timer as well?
Raise the glow. Now,
Good luck.
attack!
Attack the middle lane.
Raise
Healing,
the
healing.
glow. Bear down upon you. Shut down.
Wonderful.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. I'll cut you down.
No.
Raise the glow. Okay. You have slain an enemy. Life begins anew. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Attack middle lane.
I want to kill this Fenrir. Tragic. Doing some decent damage though.
Raise the glow. Completed. Save yourself. Attack the fire giant. Yes. Attack fire giant. Group up.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Raise the glow. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Raise the glow. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
And I think Thanatos should take that, but doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Raise the glow. Raise the glow. Your middle tower is under attack.
This is called just kind of a test build, I guess. I don't really like wish granting Pearl in this, I guess. But it is kind of also just to get through early game while still giving a pretty good amount of intelligence.
Raise the glow. Only rock. Group up. Attack right lane.
No.
Glory.
Damn it.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Oh well. Using Blink is gonna bite me in the ass.
Raise the glow. Curses. Group up. Wait.
I chunk these phoenixes, or towers, I guess, with my 2.
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, I'll take it.
Your team has destroyed a little enemy phoenix. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy phoenix. Down upon you. You have slain an enemy.
Yeah, full damage raw, no aspect. I just wanted to play raw.
Victory.
Yeah, you could try and snipe Nate for sure. It's not the best queue, you could say, but it is just a platinum queue with everything that entails. Sometimes you meet the Duin in lane, like I did in my previous game. Sometimes you meet this Chaac who seemed somewhat confused. So. Every queue is a pleb queuing against you, I believe you. Everyone bows before the mighty Cinder. Noah did a nice job, you're proud. That's good. It's good to hear. All things considered, that was kind of a boring raw game. But I'm glad I at least won lane. Because I don't think I should have into a Chaac with, I guess, full damage raw. It's just the Chaac wasn't that good. And yet the old build. Are we against Chardonnay? I mean, you never know. Your randos could be better than ours, so. Playing against Chaac must be so boring as hell. It is. Like, any tank that is hard to kill is boring to deal with. That's just the nature of it. Like, Chaac, I would even argue Cabrakan, I don't know, Sobek, like whatever, you know. They're all pretty boring to deal with. Thing is, though, it is more fun to deal with that than shit like Hades. Because Hades is just straight up unfair and boring to deal with. You poke him or you win the trade, he just heals to full on the next wave. Doesn't matter. He doesn't take a whole lot of skill to utilize, even though I do think, like, Hades has a high, like, he's easy to play, hard to master, if that makes any sense. Anyone can pretty much play Hades, same thing as anyone can play Chaac. But they do have a certain skill level that the better you are, obviously, the easier it's going to be for you to deal with something. I do think Hades is worse in that regard at the moment, just because of how much he heals. As long as you understand how much he heals on the next wave, you should be fine in lane as Hades. You know, in the very broad and vague sense. What do I play though? I'll play Vulcan. Without the aspect, I think. The aspect is borderline broken in lane, I would say. Because you're so tanky, you have so much HP 5. It's very, very good. But late game, it is ass. I kind of treat this Vulcan the same way as I did previous Dispatch Raw, where not as powerful. Rorik, no! Oh well. Yo, Nate, I can queue with you. Alright. I guess I'll queue with Nate for one. Is that fine with you, Rorik? I did promise to queue with Nate yesterday, and then it just didn't happen. I don't think I have you added, Nate. Semi-request, okay. I don't know if these guys still play, but if they do, I'll accept them next time. If Live Off or Kako-chan ever sees what I'm saying, feel free to send a new one. But I don't want to clutter my friends list with a bunch of people that don't play the game anymore. So, like I did in Smite 1. Live Off doesn't play right now? Yeah, that's fair. Not a problem. He uninstalled. I mean, some would call that freedom. And Nate, always try to get me Aladdin. That is the law. You want Aladdin? Yes. Very much so. I'll play this shit out. I enjoy the absolute shit out of Aladdin. He's super fun. I do casuals just so I can play Aladdin, because he's impossible to get in ranked. Even I've gotten him twice, and I did win both games. I think the only thing that does require on Aladdin though is that my team doesn't feed, because if they do, it's gonna be tough. But on Aladdin as solo, it's obviously hard to really make a difference for the first 15 minutes of the game. But once I get past that time and I can start rotating more, we should win the game. So something has to go drastically wrong, I feel like, for us to lose if we have Aladdin on our team, and he also knows how to play. He's just that powerful. Once he hits a certain threshold in the game, I feel like it's borderline impossible to deal with him. He just does so much damage that as a backliner, you have no chance of really having any way to play against it. I'll do Chaac. Haven't done a whole lot of Chaac, so I'll do it this one time. Kind of reaching to the point where just not ban Aladdin at all, just ban 2 ADCs every time. Makes sense, yeah. Like, it's different for you as well, because since you're dealing with it straight away. Like, it's the same reason why I used to ban Raw, because it was just that disgustingly broken to deal with in solo. It became unplayable, so I get it. That's just some things you don't want to deal with because it's already in your face. And you're the one who needs to deal with it. I think Aladdin, though, I don't know, I haven't seen a whole lot of bad Aladdin play, so I don't know how bad Aladdin looks like. Because I feel like when I play it, I mean, I'm just gonna sound egotistical, but I feel like I'm not bad at it. So usually I get really fat on Aladdin because it's just that broken. I have even in games where I fucked up early, which I'm pretty sure I did. Last time I got Aladdin in ranked in my last stream, I did fuck up early a few times just for being stupid and over aggressive. But once you hit a certain threshold, you just start one-shotting people with no counterplay to it. As long as you know how to utilize the combo with poly correctly and the AA canceling, you just start dominating everything. Also, what the hell am I against? I thought it was going to be Bologna, but now I don't think so. It's gonna be the Vulcan or the Raw. Yeah, 150 scaling on a basic ability fund. It's just, I feel like every ability he has is kind of OP. Also just realized my chat is that's not this one. Where's my chat? That's not it. There it is. Chat is a little off. There we go. Yeah, I made my webcam slightly bigger. That's why I was off. Yeah, no worries, Nate. Don't worry about it. I usually don't talk to the people I party with on my stream anyway, so don't worry about it. I rarely do. Now I do have the aspect, which I'm still pretty not used to rather. So we'll see how it goes. Chaac's level 1 does continue to be pretty bad. Doesn't really have great level 1 clear, but obviously his level 2 and 3 is amazing.
Great shot.
Yeah, I think it's just every ability he has is I would say pretty much broken. Like they have multi-use. Like the 3 I would still argue is the connective tissue for his brokenness, because if not for the knock-up on the dash, that would be counterplay to him. But because he gets that knock-up, he's borderline impossible to deal with for a backline going into late game. Because if you land that knock-up as Aladdin, there is zero counterplay. This is a Ra that does not realize that his 2 was nerfed, because that did so little damage, and that is good for me. Yeah, I'll stay for another wave at this point. Like his 2 as well is super easy to AI cancel. I mean, just his autos in general are very good for AI canceling. I'm rocking Poly. And I mean, I don't know, everything his kit does feel really, really good, but kind of as a result of that, makes him pretty broken. He has one of the best escape abilities in the game, if not the best escape ability in the game, in a single ability on his 3 that you can add a knock up to. The easiest. Oh hi. Unexpected. The 2, which is not only a dash, which is already in of itself really good, considering he already hasn't, essentially has 2 dashes. Plus minus a jump or whatever you want to call it, so it's just, I don't know. You get the point. Like, it's just everything he does is insanely good, and he's like his one unmissable as well.
Your middle tower is under attack. Right leg on my way. Raise the glow.
Shell? I was waiting for the 1 to go out before I actually blinked away. Then I can take his stuff. What? He did his stuff. Never mind then. Must have been Finra that did it. Maybe he did mine as well then. No? Okay. Weird. Oh. I guess I screwed up. Ouch. Just do it for the wave. On the back. Do it for the wave.
Enemy spotted. An ally has been slain. Ultimate is ready.
You should have just leeched it. Surely I get this. I don't fucking believe it. That's sad.
An enemy has been slain.
If only my ult was up at the time. Oh, was it? There's no way it was, right? I was not being an idiot, I hope. Suppose I'll zone for a bit.
An enemy has been slain.
Why does Rive shell? I guess, oh, because of your emoji, I guess. I suppose that makes sense, but... What is he building? Phoenix Shield? Well, I suppose it still procs on these two, even though it barely does any damage.
Enemy missing middle.
Killing spree.
And I don't heal like this.
An enemy has been slain.
Someone running around our speed, huh? Well, he's out of mana now. He's kind of giving me a good opportunity to just invade his blue. That's why I should have done it before. When I was in my tower.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna have a lot of play damage this game with how this is going. Oh well. That sucks. Can't win them all. I mean, I suppose I got the wave. Maybe he did as well. I was getting a bit bored, but should have waited for the wave to go away, I suppose, or go into the tower. In hindsight, it was a pretty stupid play. I could have just invaded his blue and taken all that stuff. Instead, I died.
Be right back. Be right back. Out of mana.
The heat bears down upon me. The glow. The heat bears down upon you.
Sorry.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe the glow. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. The glow. Your left tower is under attack. Retreat right.
Someone coming right? I'm fucking around a bit too much. I should honestly just be farming.
Attack fire giant.
Yes.
It's so easy for me to kill everything in the jungle, but I keep trying to poke him for some reason.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Be right back.
The glow.
That.
I always know where he is because he keeps emoting.
Enemy missing middle.
Bathe.
Retreat left lane.
Enemy missing.
We ulting for the Fuku now. Is that it?
The heat bears down upon you. team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Damn, we really just let them steal that without a fight.
Gank.
Damn. That's something at least.
Your right tower
Be
is
right
under
back.
attack. Victory bears down upon you. The Pyromancer has arrived. On my way. An ally has been slain. Destroyed the left middle. Killing spree.
I don't think I had to get away from this. I'll be fine.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I do want red buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
Why is there support split pushing in my lane?
Be right back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy in the middle.
Shut down.
The downside of being super squishy. I can't believe that did not kill Bologna though. I should have just, I guess, gotten the kill and then taken the loss, but the fuck, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
That sucks. Actually, I don't know why I didn't think I could get
Your
brawlers
right
earlier.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I need to deal with the Medusa. The first 20 in the game.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Rampage. Fire giant. Killing spree.
She just blinked, I believe. Should have him eventually.
You have slain an enemy.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire. Double kill. Killing spree.
And this poor Vulcan.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll grab this.
Be right back.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. Aramana. Great shot.
I do need to get way better at using the dagger, because in a panic situation where it's life and death, I forget about it. I just do. I'm still not used to it. I don't get it often enough.
Is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I want to save up a starter. I have realized sometimes Tekokaki does not actually register using an ability, which is a bit
Destroyed
weird.
a middle enemy
I'm
tower.
over it.
We killed Medusa, which is good. But it's not good that we lost. I can't say here.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Stay alert.
Dog's distracting me. It's doing weird stuff. I should be able to just take tower for this.
Enemies incoming left. Retreat.
Retreat.
On my way. Group up.
Like, we win this literally for free if we just group as 5. With me in the team fight, there's no way the carries should have any chance.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
An attack the fire giant.
Enemy missing.
Wait. There we go. Thought I pressed it.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Be right back.
Retreat.
Your middle
Let's grab
tower
that,
has been
and last
destroyed.
up, we get Crusher. Let's get back to
Your
base.
middle tower is under attack.
Do people not pick up the words? Guess people just don't have space.
Wait.
Do some pretty good damage just with my poking now. Red does help as well. Some pretty damn good damage actually.
Retreat!
Oh no.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Rampage. Attack middle lane.
Let's get a Phoenix. We can get Phoenix and go back into fire.
Sorry.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
We don't have time.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
We can still do fire if we go straight away. Straight away.
Attack fire giant.
On my way. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
I got baited.
Attack right lane.
Double kill. Unstoppable. Double kill. Killing spree.
You just do so much damage.
Triple kill. Deicide.
Grab me that dagger. Not that it matters at this point.
Victory.
So how they show the place with zero wards on seems sus. You know, yeah, I mean, sometimes you're just lucky. Like when I played a bit of competitive with the boys, I guess what, like 3 months ago or whatever, 2 months ago, whenever it was, with Dutch and the guys. There was one path we had completely lit up the right side of the jungle at the time, and the one possible path they could have taken to sneak a fire giant, they apparently took. Sometimes it's just sus as hell. We were so flabbergasted by that event because it was like some bullshit zigzag nonsense. Like there's no way they ever could have gotten without knowing where the fuck our words was. We were so surprised. But yeah. No, I had Lifebinder with beats, so got confused last fight when I wanted to Lifebinder Bell. Yeah. Yeah, I getcha. When you have multiple item actives, it's definitely a bit confusing at times. I am there with you. I can manage 2, but if I ever have 3, one of them will be forgotten. I try to manage at least having 2, or like at max having 2, because it just gets too much. Pridwin is a weird one, dude. I bought that item maybe like once or twice during Smite 2's lifetime, because that item just isn't that good. I would like to buy it more, because I liked Pridwin a lot in Smite 1. So big ban. Huh. Classic ADC, I guess. Both Herc and Sobek are very much in the same vein of get pulled in, get smacked. So classic ADC mindset, I suppose. Don't forget to stretch, guys, if you play a lot of games. Oh, you're gonna end up with a bad bag like me. Two ADCs and a Cabrakan. What a wildly annoying combo already. I haven't done Morrigan in a while. I'll do some Morrigan. Hopefully they pick something that I actually want to turn into. We have Fenrir now, but I would like some other choices. Because Ullr is not a good one. Actually, Ullr could be alright. But that relies on me landing an axe. Which you never really know what's gonna happen if I turn into Ullr. There we go. Got a Hades. I'll take it. And a new you know, this is a good Morrigan game now. I wasn't too sure when I picked it. Going on Chaac or Hades, it's alright. I'm in a good spot now with a new and Hades. I don't really need to turn into Fenrir. Though I might do it early. Especially into a Hades. If he ever screws up, I can Fenrir ult him. But this is gonna be pretty stale duo or solo lane into a Hades. Kami, huh? Wait, does Kami even play solo? It's gonna be original Joe on Izanami in solo again, isn't it? He did that shit all the time. Or all the time. He did it like... Yeah, actually, I think it's gonna be a solo Izanami again. Annoying. I made it like twice, 2 or 3 times yesterday. Hades jungle. Oh yeah. Actually, okay. So it's Bellona then. Much better. I'll take it. The fuck do I build on Morrigan? Doomorb? Because if you don't want to do Soul Gem anymore, then what do I build? I guess I do Soul Gem into maybe Chronos Pendant? Oh, not Soul Gem, Doomorb into Chronos Pendant. Or Gem of Focus. But Gem of Focus seems like an odd item on Morrigan. I don't know. I wish Sav was here. I need Sav to tell me a good Morrigan build. Or whatever Deduin was building. I suppose I could check that, actually. Give me a second. I can check that on Tracker. Oh, he went Gem Focus first into Doom Orb. Okay. I guess kind of same thought process, I suppose. I just thought about Doom Orb first. I should have been proxying, I just forgot. Now I got caught up in the building. Still, I'm Morgan, so it should be alright. Soulmate is so ass.
Yes! Nice job. Set up an ambush here.
He doesn't have blue buff though. Why would you proxy and not take my blue buff? Surely it's at least down, right? Otherwise I'm gonna be very confused. I'm gonna be even more confused if my back cam's also up.
Enemies in middle lane.
Interesting. What? You can't do it during? Oh, it was a normal cast. Oh no. Oh no. Don't let that happen again. I got confused. I thought you couldn't blink in the Finroll anymore, but it's just because it was a normal cast. I do pray that does not happen again.
Retreat!
Okay.
Just one more wave, and I can actually just buy Doom Orb. It's the best case scenario. Gem of Focus first does make sense in the getting some early cooldown. It's kind of expensive though. I'd kind of prefer Doom Orb for the power, to be honest.
You have slain an enemy.
Okay. No ult then? also did do his blue again.
Be careful, middle.
Oh! Well, that is not what I turned into, but it is now.
Enemy missing weight. Your middle
Interesting.
tower is under
So as long as my 1 is active on Izanami, I keep the stance? That is certainly interesting.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane.
Is that the it's support, man? What the hell? Why is he here?
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
Who invited him?
Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Double kill. Killing spree. Right back.
Screw it.
Killing spree.
That was very awkward and bad. Shouldn't have feared, I should have just ulted. I had no reason not to when he was gonna die to my 2. I do feel the rustiness and more again. It's been a while.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
I can buy a full gem though. Gotta do that.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm out of here.
Why is Jing Wei here? Is she not the idiot? She's mid. Well, it's just been here a long fucking time.
Glorious tools of war.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm forsaking my way for this rotation.
An enemy has been slain.
Surely it will be worth it.
Slain an enemy. Double kill. Rampage. Your left tower is under attack.
I would say that was worth it. Minions still do not do a whole lot of damage to towers in Smite 2, which I generally do think is a good thing. It's only the big Minotaurs that do a lot of damage. I guess it's a 50-50. If those are around, the towers will take a lot more damage than in Smite 1, but if it's just the small normal minions, they don't take any damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Unstoppable.
Nice nade rotation. This Jingwei is here more than Kami on the jungle Hades is.
Finally, it gets interesting.
Wow, what is this? Actually, I just realized it's not a jungle Hades. It's a jungle Jingwei. I just realized. Maybe I should have guessed when she had speed buff. Never mind then. Can't blame Kami for this one. As much as I want to. Play much Herc? No, I haven't actually. I want to. I said it earlier in the stream. I want to play some more Herc. He seems pretty good at the moment. From what I've seen, from what I've dealt with. He does seem pretty decent, because you can build pretty heavy on damage in solo at the moment, and a hybrid damage tanky Herc is actually kind of hard to deal with. So.
An ally has been slain. Rampage. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Evil shall be cleansed.
An enemy has been slain.
Evil shall be cleansed.
Double kill. Define. Your right tower is under attack. Tactical fury.
I actually forgot we had Nuwa, so.
You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
That made it a bit easier. I should have done that earlier. Just for ulting.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Best late game tank in the game. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I would make the argument for Chaac, but he's not exactly a tank when you build him currently. He just go full strength and he just destroys as well. But that's not really new. Before he just did intelligence. Yeah, I definitely want to try. If you have a build to try out, Biggie, I'm down to try it. I don't really have a build idea in mind for Herc, so feel free to drop it in chat, and I'll try it next time I get the chance to play Herc.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm pretty late to the party in general. I started playing ranked again in, I don't know, like 4 or 5 days ago, when my first stream happened. Because my PC broke, so I was waiting for my new one to start playing ranked. Probably the right for this scenario, but
Has been slain. On by
ouch.
yes.
See if I can make it in range for my 2. I missed. Dude, there's no way he just... There's no way he axed and jumped on him. Dude, that took me by surprise. I thought he was dead for sure, because he hit the axe. Alright, whatever. You use your big Herc all time, if you rotate your abilities right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I do think that is one of the issues with Herc, or has been at least. Is the passive. It's been hard to keep up, but if that build helps that, then I see why he's good. I'll just take, I guess, a picture of what you said, then I'll try it. So if those are core, res is just filler, or what? Would you recommend going for like tank items after that? Or do you think going for more damage is the play? I'll rotate.
Raise the heavens!
Double kill.
Oh.
Triple kill. Killing spree. Quadra kill.
Did them.
Attack fire giant.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. On by
Retreat.
Yeah, we're not getting fire now. That Capra is pretty hard to kill. And that dude has Shield of the Phoenix. I could actually see that be kind of good on Capra now that he has 2 of his 2s. I see the potential. I do need pen. That is also a problem I have at the moment. I'll get Obsidian Shard here. Even though I don't really like it much on Mori, but...
killing spree. Double kill.
Attack fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack. Shut down. I shall rise again. You have slain an enemy.
Capra is gonna come back. If he does, I'll go Fenrir, I guess.
Your right tower is under attack.
We've been in this spot before.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
I mean, does this go away when I transform? I assume it doesn't. That would be silly.
Your left tower is under under attack. Attack rightly. Your right tower has been destroyed.
All gank right lane. On my way.
I think the minion spotted me, but
Has been slain. Attack rightly.
do want to kill the Izanami. Wait, someone's behind us. We have one wave, so we'll be fine with this, even though she's proxying.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Someone beats.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy phoenix.
Evil shall be cleansed.
Attack middle lane.
She blinked.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, Herx 2 is very easy to pull with now, I agree. Like, generally, I think he feels great. It's just, compared to other tanks, his low mobility combined with his somewhat low damage as well, with a full tank build at least, he's been quite underwhelming, and kind of fell behind, I guess. Also, since they nerfed his cooldown to hell, which was rough for him in the previous patch.
Be right back.
Actually, what one do I want to build last? I'll be greedy. Let's go for a Necro.
Evil shall be cleansed.
Divine!
The double new wall is also some top tier cheese for ranked.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack. Attack left lane. Your left tower has been destroyed. Unstoppable. Your left tower is under attack.
We love the sound of
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Enemy ultimate incoming. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm just looking out for Hades.
Your team
It's the only one I think can actually kill me here, unless we... Well, Jingwei can as well, but no, she's dead. I'm not too afraid of the rest. Huh. I'm not sure how that went so wrong.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Oh, guess I'm just dead.
Killing spree.
Now I'm kind of regretting the Necro. Maybe I shouldn't build it.
Shut down.
Damn. I'll build it. Hades should have enough of a build now for me to just one-shot a carry. We kind of just made the mistake of trying to go for the Titan when we weren't in a position to.
Attack fire giant.
Spellbound items.
The double Nova is nice just for poking, but I should probably turn it into something that has a bit more value. For killing, I guess, specifically.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Oh yeah, I think I lost my last dagger. I probably ran out. I forgot about it. I'm just not good with dagger. Do the wave, Fenrir. Well, that's not good.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Exemplary.
Exactly what I want it to be. You know it.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
Whatever. We made it work. It's getting wailed at least.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. An enemy has been slain.
What an awkward game.
Slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Give me some minions so we can end this fucking game. My god. That was so much harder than it ever needed to be. Like, Jing Wei did do well, like, at trying to assassinate me, essentially.
Victory.
Because she was tough to deal with. In a 1v1, if I can't one-shot her with my combo, I just die. I can't transform fast enough for her to just shoots me down. Mid-transformation. Big team. Actually, on that topic, it's pretty funny. The censoring in Smite 2 is so sensitive that yesterday when I was playing a casual game, I didn't know how to how to tell my. I was playing ADC, and I was playing with a GEP support who seemed very confused, but he was willing to learn. So I had problems trying to explain to him when we had to kill someone or when I died or whatever, because I can't use those two words. You can't say die or you can't say kill. So I had to try and explain these things, and like I had to use the word unalive. So that worked. But I do think the typing is a little a little too sensitive. It is really funny though, because you see all the people getting really mad, and they're saying shit that just sounds normal instead of normally they would probably just go completely batshit crazy. But you can't say shit or ass or anything like that. So they just say a normal sentence, being very constructive. It is really funny to me. As someone who don't really rage in the chat, at least very rarely, there's very few chances or situations where I have been, but it's yeah, it's funny. Mario 2 CD is absurd. It is, yes, very much so. I think most mages have kind of insane cooldowns once you hit late game stages. That's just the Smite 2 thing, unfortunately. Some cases for Smite 2 as well. I mean, you see Vulcan. Vulcan may not be broken at the moment, but Vulcan's cooldowns are pretty absurd. You can just constantly throw out 1 and 2s late game. He's just easier to deal with than someone like Morrigan. Yeah, don't worry about it, Nate. You can play whatever you want. Obviously, I prefer you on something like Yemoja, because every time I play ADC, for some reason I'm against you or like Vives, and you're both playing Yemoja all the fucking time. But it's fine. You should play what you want to play. I'm also kind of feeling something different. I want to play something I haven't played. I want to save the Hercules for another time. And I have been promoted into Diamond as well. I just don't know what I should play. Just had an afternoon of afternoons. You tried a bit, but I feel off. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I feel the same. I have off days for sure, and on those off days, I barely feel like playing the game because I feel like I just can't. I'm just bad on those days. I would like to try and get Uller action, but it's hard to get Uller right now. I've done Hades, Chaac. Maybe it's time to bring out the Kukulkan. People fear my Kukulkan in the streets. It might be time to bring it out. I am not solo. That kind of sucks. Caps. Trade with me. Considering this might be a kind of a bigger game, maybe I don't. Maybe I do not bring out the Kukulkan. For the sake of my teammates. Nate, this is going to be my last game as well, by the way. It is getting pretty late, and still have some stuff that I need to do before I head to bed. I gotta head out with my dog for the last time, hopefully, to the vet to get his teeth looked at. Make sure that they're fine now after the removal, and then hopefully I won't have to see the vet until his next yearly checkup. With my luck, we're against Niga, Dardas, Coast, and Spud. Maybe. I mean, we do have a pre on blocks and caps. Like, we have people that know how to play the game, so I wouldn't mind a good game with some known people. I just don't know what to play, to be honest. I'm kind of tempted to do just full damage Vulcan, but into a Fenrir, that's kind of not a great idea. It is potentially a horrible idea. I'm just the easiest gank if I go full damage Vulcan. No, my Kukulkan. Because that would have been better than the Vulcan. Sure. Herc? I thought about it. I did think about it. I'm not feeling the Herc at the moment, though. I'm still feeling the Vulcan. This might be an Izanami. That might be the same dude as last game on the Izanami solo. Yeah, I'm feeling Vulcan, so I'll do Vulcan. Was against Medusa? Yeah, Medusa is definitely going to be a tough one. And I think the Fenrir jungle is definitely the main problem. But I can kind of counteract it a little bit by going for some early protection. I don't have to go full damage early on. I can just, if we get 2 late game stages, I mean, you weren't fully wrong. There is Spud and Coast, but they also have El Diablo. I think we'll be all right, to be honest. We have a chance. But yeah, Fenrir will be my main problem in this game for sure. Meaning I do need beats, even though I kind of really want Aegis. Thinkage. Coast on Fenrir. He might sit on my ass, because I'm definitely the easiest gank for him. Like, what would even go? I could do Phoenix Shield. I actually might do Phoenix Shield. It's either that or Glad Shield. I'm mostly tempted to do. Actually, shifters wouldn't actually be that bad of an idea. If I want something that isn't necessarily full power or full protection, shifters could work. And I'm just gonna stay back. Like, I would guess that I am against the Soul. I am. I keep forgetting you can just see the rolls. So I'm against Soul. That's not a bad matchup for me at all. Izanami would have been
have
worse.
spawned.
Because she just clears my shit super easily. Sol, I actually might have some kill potential against. I'll get blue straight away before we get invaded or some bullshit. And by we, I mean me.
Your right tower is under attack.
I can't hit my one.
Your left tower is under attack.
This is Yahoo person is very aggressive on this Sol. A blink? That's an interesting choice.
Has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Damn it! Oh, if I'm hit that, it's actually just a kill. Tragic. Finres mid though, I'll stick around.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. That's double kill. Killing spree. You have slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
I had to try it. I didn't think it was actually gonna kill. But I'll fucking take it.
An enemy has been slain.
Let's back off. Except I need so little gold.
Enemy spotted.
There's no way it was 1 HP after that, man.
An ally has been slain.
I'm tragically sad about that.
An ally has been slain.
That's so sad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If only I had mana. Oh, I'm dead. Ah, the Nate gank baited me. That sucks, man. I should have just backed like I wanted to. That is unfortunate. Now I'm losing so much XP off of that.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An ally has been slain.
I'm so dead. I'm not dead. I guess he didn't have ult. I'm so lucky then.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm playing this a bit sloppy. I wasted my ult like an idiot before. I could have just waited until his 3 was down. I should have had him before Nate even showed up there on the gap. I'll actually do this. I don't think it kills, but forgot your I did. Damn it. You're right. I'm level 7. I'll back for that shit in a bit.
Double kill. Slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Unstoppable.
No, man. That sucks.
Killing spree. Double kill. Yes.
Not going too well on the opposite side of the map overall.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Tragic that you fall backwards in my new one. I do not want to surrender this. No!
Yes. Yes.
There's no way I want to surrender this.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay, dude. Dude! Fucking hell, man. So we lose level 5 and we don't want to play the rest of the game? I mean, I get it. He's really fed, but like, it's a Fenrir. He's gonna fall the fuck off. Oh man. I mean, I have to do a... I have to do a last one for that. Not my Fenrir. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Nate. I'll do one more. Because that's unsatisfying. I can't in on that shit. I don't know if Heroic is still around, if he wants to go back in the duo queue, or otherwise I'll just queue. I'll try my luck one more time. The lane was going alright. Like, once I start scaling a bit more, and once I remember to buy my mods, I'm pretty sure I would have started winning the trades more and more. Sol is gonna win the trades early because she's got the power of auto attacks, but yeah. If it wasn't for me just missing my ult a lot of the time, I would have killed her as well in that exchange towards the end. Yeah, I mean, Caps didn't really defend himself either in that. He just doesn't play ADC. That's fair. I mean, I can't really fault someone for being somewhat bad at a role that they don't play. Trust me, if you put me in jungle, I'm not gonna play as well as if I was solo. My jungle is terrible. I know how to play something like Thanatos or Thor, but I don't know where to go in the jungle. It's more like the feeling of being uncomfortable rather than me being bad at it. Like it's the loss of confidence that fucks it for me. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, nothing away from Spud as well. Like, Spud is one of the best ADCs in the EU, so obviously there's a high chance he's going to win against almost anyone he's against. Turrets. Got another emote. I need Vamana to be in Smite 2 at this point. I need a go-to god in Smite 2. I don't have one yet. Maybe will that maybe join that trio queue? Maybe. I don't know how the matchmaking works for solo queuing. Can you even meet triple queues as a solo queue? I feel like maybe they would have gotten the game by now, but Cupid is the next best thing to a baby. It is true. I do not like Cupid though. And I don't think Cupid is a very good solo. And I don't know. Cupid isn't much like a baby anymore. I mean, I guess the closest one would be Hercules right now, because he's the only one that grows bigger. I guess Fenrir does too, in a way. Cupid needs a new voice. Yeah, a lot of people think that. They might invest in that in a while, in a little bit, maybe in the full release. Hey, it's good to see you, man. Is the game working good for you now? It has so far, yeah. This patch hasn't given me any bad servers. Outside of maybe one. Like, it's much better than it was last patch. Like, sometimes in Smite 1, you would get bad servers as well. So I do expect it. It's just how bad it got for me was almost like every game. But it is good now. And with my new PC, it couldn't be any better. Yeah, I did get a new PC. Almost. Like, everything is new except from the... Well, I guess the graphic cards is new as well. I just bought it separately. Essentially, it's a fully new PC. I got a... I mean, I couldn't honestly tell you. I'm not a PC guy. My friend made it for me. All I know is I got a 4070 now. That's about it. I know graphic cards. That's about it. All I need to play my games. Yeah, Smite 2 feels smoother than Smite 1 on my laptop. In general, I think Smite 2 is fully an upgraded version of Smite now. I think every way it's pretty much better outside of one single little thing. Honor. Honor is not an upgrade, still. But once Honor has been fixed, it is a gigantic W throughout the whole game. But they need to give Honor the same smoothness of the Smite 1 Honor, because I miss that shit. I love Honor so much, that's the reason why he's up here for me. In terms of masteries as well. Like, he's here. He is in the top 12 on my most highest on worshippers. For a reason. I love Honor, but he feels like shit. He does. I don't mind what they've done to his abilities, like the ultimate. I don't really mind that. It's just Impaled specifically feels bad to use. It still feels slightly delayed compared to everything else in the game. It is still weird. When you're in game, I can tell a visual setting, you may feel better feeling in game. I don't really mind how it feels in game, but I don't mind testing whatever you have in mind. Let's see if I can get Solemn. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to bring out the Kukulkan. I love Kukulkan in Smite 2. I liked him in Smite 1, but I really like him in Smite 2. I just can't play him in solo much, for obvious reasons. I am tempted to go Vulcan again, though. I do think full damage Vulcan is pretty decent. He's not great, because he's very easy to kill. Excuse me. But he's still Vulcan. I have yet to try a full build damage Vulcan though, because every single time the game has either been early surrendered for my team or my enemy team. So I still do not know how he feels full late game compared to other mages. Yeah, I think Vulcan will be more fun once there is something that supports his mage parts going into, or like, level 1. I think the mods for level 1 doesn't support him being a mage. Not really, but I mean the Thumper is fine for just wave clear, but I do kind of agree with you. I think the Thumper is amazing when you're building him with the aspect as a tank. But he is definitely a bit awkward to play as a mage right now. Dude, they pick Kukulkan? What's even the point now? Now I have to play Vulcan, because they also took my Ra. Or we took my Ra. It's Vulcan time. We're doing it. Again. Against Chaac, though, it's gonna be a nightmare. Well, where even is Kukulkan going? Someone right now is watching my stream and picked that Kukulkan. Who is it? Who is it? I doubt that though. That's actually the case, but dude, I can't play Vulcan into Fenrir Chaac. There's 2 Fenrirs as well. That's gonna be a nightmare. But my other choice is what? All the mages suck against Fenrir. I'm playing Vulcan, whatever.
Vulcan.
It's because the other level 1 mods aren't great. That's why people don't really use them. Even just reading the abilities, they're not great. They don't add anywhere near as much as the Thumper does. Not to mention the Thumper just makes his early game a lot better. The Thumper is just an extra ability, but there's 0 reason not to take it. As awkward, Jugador. Surely he didn't watch my stream and take that Kukulkan, right? He would not do that. I know Jugador. He would never do that to me. Let's do beats. Surely I'll remember to, I mean, let's see real fast before I keep going here. I mean, the Thumper alternating between the Inferno Cannon isn't good. You want the Inferno Cannon more than the Thumper do. Like, that one's weird. And this one is, yeah, you don't gain the Thumper ability at all, but you just get 10 CDR. I mean, that's not worth it at all. That's the worst one of them. Yeah, I mean the Thumper in general is just like at level 1, it's just by far the best one. I think if they changed the CDR one maybe into something that would help his, like either the Magma Bomb or Backfire, maybe Mage Vulcan would be more appealing. Because I do think as a mage, the Thumper is pretty underwhelming. It just dies, and late game is just, even though it does decent damage, it just dies in like a few hits from pretty much anything. Also, how the hell do I start as mid? I assume you still start lane, but where do I go in between waves? Do you go do camps?
Minions have spawned.
Like small minions on these ones, maybe? What am I against? Oh, I guess I am against Jugador on that Kukulkan. There he is. Well, I don't know if this is what I do, but
No.
guess I'll just take the small ones here.
Okay.
Hush now.
What? That is not wire pressed. It's some horse shit. I must have whiffed it. Okay. You can take this if you want it. Don't think I'm gonna have much use for it right now. The words Vulcan Soul seems scary. Against Fenrir, yes, but I think in general it's not really that scary.
Enemy missing.
I need to start focusing on some things here, because I'm giving away too much shit.
An enemy has been slain.
Retreat! Enemies incoming!
I mean, since my jungler isn't doing this one, I assume that's my job.
I'll attack! Gank right lane!
I don't really mind. I just don't know which stuff I should be taking.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Well, none Ra, but he's super dead.
Blast it all! Well done!
He's not dead. Damn, he juked him out, I guess. I'm not 7 yet. Anti-aliasing method off.
Enemy missing right.
Alright, next time I get a chance to go into settings, I'll check it out.
I'll gank left lane!
Enemy missing middle.
I'm still just really scared because of Finrare.
Your left tower is under attack.
He can just fuck me up so easily.
Completed!
Man, Michael Culkin! That's what I want to do. I just want to go AFK and place a tornado and run away. Tragic.
That's too bad.
Attack!
I feel like I've been giving a lot of space to do whatever I want right now. Hey, IPP, good to see you, man. Yeah, I've been chilling a bit. Haven't really been streaming much, but I've still been playing outside of the 2 weeks I wasn't allowed to play because my PC decided to shit itself.
Double kill.
You're
Double kill.
Missed.
I'm not known for mistakes.
soon.
Mod! I almost forgot again. We'll do this one. I want to try and see how much damage we can get Magma and Backfire on.
Be careful.
So
left.
what? It's it's bonus scaling. It's kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie, but I do think the
Lane.
one that buffs the turret is just generally better. Oops.
Ultimate is down.
Close to me.
middle.
That's unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack. Be careful, middle. Enemies in the right jungle.
Enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain.
You're deadly.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful, middle.
Killing
Not really much I could have done to help him there. And I mean, he's probably just done red, I would imagine. Nope.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll just choose to level my magma bomb here. I'm not hitting my fucking ult anyway.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Defend the gold fury. On my way.
It's a trap.
Does a turret apply red buff? I would assume it does. Yeah, it does. Thumper does too.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing.
Need
above.
her to not be too aggressive here. Because Fenris is going to be able to do that easier and easier with me.
Gold fury.
Just get early pen. Damn, I haven't seen Avenging Blade be built in a while. That fucking Hecate fucking aspect is so annoying as an ability spammer. It's the worst on Uller. I did try that in one casual game.
Enemy coming right. Be careful, right. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. An enemy has been slain. Completed.
Enemy missing.
I'm just fucking dead.
An ally has been
Dude, there's no way they're getting out. Dude, I'm so fucking sad because I'm fucking dead. I'm not dead.
Your middle tower
How am I alive? Dude, they're so low.
is still under warranty.
Man, I can't believe both of them survived that. That hurts.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Careful behind us.
Enemy missing.
Dude, Hecate's support is super annoying. What the hell?
Ultimate is down.
She just shields all my damage as well.
Be careful, right?
Can't even poke.
Cancel enemies in left lane.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
At least ADC is winning super hard. Like, this is definitely one of the mid lane games of all time, that's for sure. Like, what the hell?
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way. Gank left lane. On my way.
Help left lane.
Like, Hercules, go left, man. What the fuck are you doing here?
Your left tower is under attack.
Close to me.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy incoming left. Fabulous.
Hecate just being a pain in my ass.
Enemies at the fire giant. Your team has
He rocks.
destroyed the pyramid. Help middle lane. Follow me. Ultimate is ready. Follow me.
The cavalry is here. From behind. I mean, boys. Where did we go? I did miss my 3 though. I didn't expect him to turn around. Because I thought if he did, he would die.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Whatever. Herc is still alive though.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
And destroy.
Keep running, man. He's out of mana.
Eyes on this.
I'm playing this a bit sloppy. It's been too boring in mid. I've lost interest. I'm not farming enough.
That's too bad. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Well done.
He's an army just borderline carrying this whole thing at the moment. How did that not hit, man?
Enemy missing.
It does feel like some of my abilities just go through Herc's pulls. I don't even know how much I've gone taking all this fucking damage. One day I'll fucking hit something. This is terrible. It would help if Hercules would stop chasing and just peel instead, though. Because he can easily stop what Fenrir is doing, and I can't. It's probably good that this is my last game. I'm not playing very well this game. Yeah, pretty much anything that counts as an ability, like the same thing with like Modred's dash, you know, his passive also counts as an extra ability, you know. Anything that essentially counts as an ability. Like I don't know if, Baron's potion counts as an ability, so I don't know. Maybe that would also. Oh no. Unfortunate leech.
The enemy team
And then they got it.
Nice job.
Couldn't have forged it better myself.
Well, I need to shape up and perform for this late game.
Enemies coming left.
There's no greater thrill than dissection.
Kind of smart, actually. She just dashed behind us. Oh. Almost got blocked into that.
Yes. Attack fire. Big rampage. Slain an enemy. Help middle lane. Attack fire giant.
Like, for the love of God, let's just come to fire. It's actually just free.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
You have slain an enemy.
Need healing.
I mean, 1.2k with 4 items completed. That thing is gonna chunk going into late for like full build late game.
Be careful left.
It's funny. With Susano originally, I guess kind of still the case, all his abilities do pretty good damage, except for the ultimate. With Vulcan, it's the opposite. Everything does no damage except for the ultimate. Maybe I just go Worldstone. Just plop that thing out. It's this Deso. I should have finished my starter actually. That was stupid. Didn't realize I was 20.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Be careful, middle. Be careful, middle. Careful, middle.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack right lane.
He walked back into that, but didn't really matter a whole lot.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
What is all these gigantic red circles everywhere
Tower is under
hitting
attack.
me?
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy
Careful,
tower.
right. Save yourself.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's no
Attack the
trouble.
fire giant.
I feel like I'm just running around. I'm kind of zoning out a bit. I do need to buy mods as well. You're right.
Take this jungle buff.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
What is the last mod? It trembles enemies, 2 Inferno Cannons, or Thumper. I mean, none of them really affect me that much, but I'm obviously gonna go for the two things. 2 turrets. Seems to make the most sense. Let's finish that. And that. Some words. I think Thumper personally. I suppose that, yeah, I could see that too. You're right, actually. I should have gone Thumper. Oh, what is happening over here?
Tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
How did that not reach?
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're chasing this.
Be
Your
careful.
middle tower
Retreat.
is under attack.
Be careful. Be careful.
Man, Vulcan 1 really does barely do any damage. It's actually crazy how little that did.
Retreat left lane.
Enemies incoming left.
Group up. Be careful.
Enemies behind us.
Group up. Group up.
I'm cooked. I was left alone. Aw, man.
Attack left lane.
All right. I'll just stay the fuck back next time.
Has been slain. Unstoppable.
Attack left lane. Attack left lane.
Stop them from backing.
Turn to base.
Attack.
Unfortunate. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it is easy turning into junglers, that they are.
The fire giant.
Maybe I do Bloodbound Book just for the shield. I'm gonna do that. I think I need some kind of survivability in some way. I don't think the item is very good though. Bluestone double cannon. I'm not sure if it procs Bluestone. I would guess that it doesn't, but I don't know.
Fire giant.
Retreat!
I just need to watch out for Fenrir.
My way! Group up.
Oh, that did not go where I thought it would. I hit her! Big ult! And we didn't actually even kill the Medusa, that really sucks.
Your left tower is under attack.
He reaches that?
You have been slain. Still under. The heat bears down upon you.
I don't know how that fight actually went so bad, when Medusa was basically taken out of the fight with that.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Deicide.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Yeah, ADCs are definitely broken at the moment. I suppose there is a reason why everyone is
Your
banning
middle tower is under attack.
not just the AA ones, but also something older. Just ADC builds are very, very good. Strength is just very, very good at the moment.
Gank!
Out of my way.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. Group up. Defend. Retreat.
Oh man, we're so fucked, man.
Ally has been slain.
Everyone running around solo.
My enemies will burn in the fires of my assault.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has
There's
been
no
destroyed.
greater thrill than dissection. Defend the Titan!
Right Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
This is also one of those games where you really like feel super useless on Vulcan because like we don't have any setup outside of our Herc pool into a Herc 1. and it's just not enough
Your
setup
middle
for
tower
Vulcan.
is under attack.
I can't peel off the gods that go on me like Chaac or Fenrir,
Destroyed.
and it's just the worst case scenario, really. And that's how much damage I deal to a Chaac, who is building a hybrid. Actually, he's mostly full tank. 1 damage item.
Behind us. An enemy has been slain. It is not possible. You have slain an enemy.
Finally, I got something off on a carry.
Shut down. Group up. Attack middle. Need healing.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Bathe in the glow.
Attack middle lane.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. Left lane. Your team destroyed a left enemy phoenix. Group up. Killing. Attack the Titan.
I was just lucky.
Your Titan is under attack.
You escaped death
Nice job.
today.
Sorry. Bye.
Victory.
That's not a great game for me. I felt super useless. Might have been some of the mods, but I think just Vulcans 1 and 3 just don't do very well. They're just not great. Well, I mean, actually, I'll kind of take that back a little bit. Like, the 3-1 on Medusa did pretty decent damage. Like, 660-ish, both. You build this bad? Alright. That could also be the problem. It is true. I do have pretty shit power in this build, too. And Bloodbound Book was... I admit that was bad. Yeah. Cannon is bad? Yeah, I mean, the cannon is annoying for sure when it comes to clearing camps. It is. But I don't think that's just, not so much of that I'm talking about, mostly just damage. His damage just feels bad. Like, even in different builds where I just go full power, they just don't scale very well. Like, what is the scaling on the 1? Because the 1 feels like it does no damage. I mean, 80? That's not even that bad. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the base damage. It is pretty low on base damage, but... It's definitely weird. Vulcan just feels like he doesn't do that much damage. Yeah, no worries, chill vibe. Like, it's fine. Everyone makes mistakes. It is what it is. Like, I played this whole game pretty badly. So. If you don't get conduit, you don't clear archers. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, they already mentioned they lowered the damage because of the mods buffing them, but the 10% extra scaling on the 1 and 3 just don't feel like it made a difference. It made barely any difference, I felt like. Yeah, at least in that fight, well, we didn't get anything out of it, but in that fight, I hit a 1.5k ult on Medusa. She was 1 HP and she got out. It's the only really good ult I had that game. I do think this is gonna be it for me, though, after these 4 hours. I haven't eaten dinner. I need to get some food. And I have to go to the vet again tomorrow, so I have to leave now. If it wasn't for the vet, I would have played a bit more. But thank you guys for stopping by as usual. I really appreciate it. All feels way better than in Smite 1. It does. I think anything but on her feels better than in Smite 1.